think that means you want. Right. I think we should do much. Yeah, why not? Up to you. Why not? You're the chair. Follow your lead.
Mr. Chairman, you are now live.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody here today to this special meeting of the Gig Harbor Fire Medic 1 District 5 Board of Commissioners. If you'd please rise with me, we're going to do a Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There's only one item on this agenda for today for this special meeting. That is the purpose to interview for fire commissioner's appointment for the empty seat that was vacated by the resignation of our fire commissioner, Alex. And so today that is what we will be doing, is interviewing 5 candidates for this position. And then the board will go into executive session later to discuss each candidate, and then come back. And at that time, we may or may not take a vote to see who will be replacement. We may hold off until our next regular session, or we may just go ahead and do it at this meeting. It will depend on how things go. So our first candidate will be starting at 2:45, correct? Okay, so our first candidate up will be Richard Price, and we will be starting that at 2:45.
And Commissioner, if you don't have any other business and he's ready,
Okay.
let's
There is no other
check
business.
with him. Melissa and
Okay.
Leslie, is he already on?
Currently, I just see iPad 2 guest. I am not sure if that is him.
Is there some way to communicate
Oh,
with him and see if he's
I am
ready? If not,
going.
we'll wait till his time. We don't
Yep,
want to.
I will see what I can find out. Just one moment.
There you go. Richard Price is here.
Okay, just one moment. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Richard, welcome. My name is Janelle Gunder, and I'm the Human Resource Manager here at Gig Harbor Fire Medic 1. And we appreciate you being here, and we are going to go ahead and start the interview. I'll be asking the questions, and it looks like we have about a half an hour to conduct the interview with you.
Okay.
So do you have any questions before we begin?
I do not.
Okay, great. I will go ahead and start with the first question then. If you can tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in serving as a fire commissioner for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic 1.
I have a long history of the fire service. I was been a firefighter for over 35 years. Most of that time was in Pierce County. I currently live in Gig Harbor, where I've lived for the past 10 years. I've always enjoyed Gig Harbor service to my family, and just a proud member of this community, and I just want to serve my community.
Great, thank you. Question number 2. What do you know about Gig Harbor Fire and Medic 1? And what do you see as the biggest opportunities or challenges facing the district?
Well, I retired from Key Peninsula Fire in 2020, so I have a close relationship with Gig Harbor Fire. We worked mutual aid with them on quite a few calls over the 13, 14 years that I was there. I know they're a well-respected department. They're a growing department. What I think is one of the biggest challenges is always fiscal things and keeping levies going and keeping personnel, getting more personnel. I think Gig Harbor's suited very well or placed very well in the community. They're well respected, and so there's not an issue with public views on the department. But always, I think the fiscal part of it is the most important part of it, and keeping monies coming in and being prudent and as good steward of and trust of the public.
Great, thank you. So question number 3, do you currently participate in any activities that support the local community? And if so, could you please share some examples?
Well, I mean, I've been a volunteer since age 12 when I started with search and rescue with Pierce County Sheriff. So I've always been involved in my community, whether either as a volunteer or a paid professional. Not necessarily Gig Harbor community, but every community I've lived within, I've always participated at some level as a first responder of some sort. And so, and since I retired, I haven't put a lot of effort into the Gig Harbor community just because I've been working out of state. Well, not out of state, but I was a deputy state fire marshal the last couple of years. So I haven't even been in the community. I've always been chasing fires around the state. So I'm busy.
Great. And question number 4, why is integrity important in public service, especially in the role of fire commissioner?
Well, I mean, the community's entrusted you or the commissioners with the stewardship of their finances. They put their trust in you to take their tax dollars and serve them as best they can and be very prudent and conscientious for how you're spending that. I mean, integrity goes a long way. If you're not respected, you're not going to pass the levies that are needed to fund the department. And so I think it's important to be, transparent with the community when issues are good or there's bad issues. And just be a good steward for them and be honest with them.
Okay, question number 5. What skills or qualities do you bring that would make you an effective fire commissioner?
Like I said before, I've spent over 35 years in the fire service, either as a volunteer or as a paid professional. I worked within 4 districts within Pierce County, 1 district in Grays Harbor County, and then, as I said, I retired from Key Peninsula. So I bring knowledge of all those departments. I served as the local union president in Key Peninsula. So I've had that aspect in negotiating multiple contracts with our administration. I see it from both sides. I see the administration side, the commissioner side, and I also see the personnel side. And so that's a valuable aspect and perspective to have. I bring integrity. I bring a good reputation. I was firefighter of the year for 3 years in a row at Key Peninsula. What I bring to the table is this integrity, honesty, and a true commitment to the community.
Great. Question number 6. What experience do you have with public policy or government decision making?
I guess the only real answer to that is when I served as the local president for Key Peninsula Fire, Local 3152. I got to see that aspect of the fire department, just not the firefighting and medical services part, but also the fiscal part and what budgeting and how the budget works and things like that, and negotiation for contracts and stuff. You got a really good insight into how the policies and the fiscal responsibility comes into play from both sides.
Okay, thank you. So question number 7. Have you ever served on a governing board, committee, or commission? And what was your experience and what did you contribute?
I have never served on a governing board or commission.
Okay, question number 8. How do you see your role and responsibilities as a fire commissioner?
I think being a fire commissioner just means that you're a good steward of the public's money, that you're transparent with the public, that you provide and direct for good policy to make the department successful, both on the admin side and on the personnel side. I think it's important to represent and, you know, hold the personnel and the administration accountable, and just be there to support both sections of the department, and just be a good, as I said, be a good steward for the community.
Okay. Question number 9. Serving as a fire commissioner requires time for meetings, trainings, and community events. How do you plan to balance this commitment with your other obligations?
I'm currently not working, so I'm enjoying my retirement, and so I have plenty of time on my hands.
Okay, so final question number 10. Is there anything else you would like us to know about you or any final statement you'd like to make as we consider your application?
Yeah, I mean, I really respect Gig Harbor Fire. Like I said before, they've always treated my family well when we've had a need for them. I know that they're very well respected within the community and within the state, for that matter, and especially Pierce County. I know I relied on them a lot when I was a medic and a firefighter in Key Peninsula, and so I'd just like to bring to them the commitment they brought us. So I'd like to give that back to them in this capacity.
Okay. Well, thank you. That is all the questions that we have. I wanted to let you know that we'll be following up with you in the next, week or so, or within the next week with when we have a decision made.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
We just each took.
Melissa, are you there?
I am here.
All right. The commissioners are gonna, we forgot to pause for follow-up questions. So Leslie has contacted him.
Okay.
Rick, and so he'll be getting back on. And
I will keep an eye out and let him
yeah.
in once I see him here.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Perfect. Yep. I'll be promoting him in right now.
Welcome back.
Thanks. Sorry, I had a quick change of clothes too. Sorry.
Awesome. No worries. We just, you're our first interview and we didn't allow the commissioners to have some follow-up questions, which they
okay.
do have. So we thank you for rejoining us and want to give them an opportunity to ask some follow-up questions.
Okay, great.
So we'll go ahead and proceed with that.
Hi, Mr. Price. I'm Kevin. I'm the board chair this year, and in reviewing your application under skills and qualifications, I just noticed that you had a law enforcement certificate from the criminal justice training system in 1989. Was that part of the fire marshal, or what was the reason?
No,
to get
no,
that opportunity?
I was hired by the town of Stilcombe then, that's how long ago it was, as a public safety reserve officer. So I went through the reserve police academy, and
Okay.
then through it, that was my initial fire academy training as well.
Okay, so it was for reserve officer for the academy there.
Correct,
Okay,
exactly.
good. I'm retired from the law enforcement end of that, and so I was just kind of curious if that was something that was needed for fire marshal or not. So I just was interested in
Nope.
that involvement.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
That actually shows some community service time for you doing that. So anyway, thank you for that.
Yep. You're welcome.
And then I have a question as well. So, Mr. Price, I'm Bryce Nelson. I'm one of the board members. You indicated that you had worked for several departments prior to going to Keep Peninsula. And which departments were those?
So I started at Pierce County 48, which was Stillicum. I then went to Ruston, which is Pierce County 46. I did some volunteer time at Browns Point, which is Pierce County 13. I did some volunteer work at Pierce County 17, which is now South Pierce Fire. And then I also worked per diem for South Pierce Fire as a paramedic. And those are my Pierce County departments.
And then what about outside of Pierce County?
Grays Harbor 5, which is now East Grays Harbor, if I remember correctly. So I did a per diem down there. And then I got hired with Grays Harbor 5 in 2004 as part-time, went full-time 2005.
Okay. So full-time experience, Grays Harbor, and then Keep Peninsula.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners or Chief Down? Okay, I think that we are done officially now
Okay.
with your interview, and we appreciate you jumping back online.
Oh, no worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Have a
bye.
good evening. Bye-bye.
So if you're out there, our next candidate is scheduled at 3:25. We had the first one at 2:45. Second candidate is David Best at 3:25. So we will just be hanging out here, awaiting David's arrival, and then we'll get started. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, please press the green button when you're ready to speak.
Okay.
So, great. Well, welcome.
Thank
You
you.
for joining us. My name is Janelle Gunder, and I'm the Human Resource Manager here at Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One. And I'll be asking the questions today. And then at the end, we're going to give the commissioners and chief donor an opportunity to ask follow-up questions if they have any. We've allowed a half an hour for the interview. And so we'll just go ahead and get started.
Sure.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for joining us. I'm going to jump into question number 1.
Okay.
Okay. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in serving as a fire commissioner for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One?
Let me start by saying thank you to the chairman, commissioners, the chief, and most importantly, Leslie, for putting this forward. It wasn't without Leslie's help. I'm sure that all of you would be struggling as well as I would to be able to make this work. So thank you. A little bit of background about myself. I've lived in Pierce County since I was about 22. I moved here when to be a resident firefighter in the city of Sumner and Pierce County District 1. It also allowed me to quit my job and go back to school full time. We raised my daughters in Puyallup in the Sumner area. We lived there about 25 years. And then in 2022, we bought some property down on Fox Island and we moved out there permanently a little over a year ago. My work history is before I became a firefighter, and we'll get into my fire service experience a little bit, but I built, maintained, and repaired elevators and escalators for about 5 years. And then as a resident firefighter, short stint with Puyallup. If you didn't know, back 30 plus years ago, when they had a long-term disability, instead of hiring overtime, they would take someone off their list and throw them on the fire engine. So I got that opportunity for about 4 months. It was a temporary position. And then Bellevue called and offered me a full-time position, which I took. I was at Bellevue for a little over 31 years until my retirement in October of 24. A little bit of my education. I have an Associate of Arts and Science degree from Shoreline Community College, and then a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from Central Washington University. I spent 6 years getting my 4-year degree as I put myself through school. My family couldn't afford it. So the resident program helped me be able to make a little bit of money and finish my degree. I attended the Foster School of Business program. It's a coordinated effort with the Seattle Fire Department and the University of Washington. I believe one of your commissioners actually was in my class. It's a year-long program where you learn about leadership throughout the fire service from different people in the community and experts in their fields. I also attended the University of Virginia's LEAD program. It's set up for public servant personnel who need to learn about leading and making their programs and divisions, departments, cities, districts being successful. Great program through the University of Virginia. I have gone through the National Fire Academy in multiple classes, one of them being a Type 2 incident commander. And for those that don't know, I was certified to lead major incidents throughout the nation. Also, the Emergency Management Institute through the National Fire Academy has the CERT program. I was a train-the-trainer for, went through that program to be a train-the-trainer for the CERT program. And then as the chief knows, as a accredited chief officer, I'm what's the term? I'm an accreditation manager and evaluator for CPSE, Center for Public Safety Excellence, as being part of the accreditation program. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my opportunities, and some I may have to repeat myself because I'll bet you some of these are going to come into questions as we go.
They may.
And the reason I bring these up is because it's on some of the chief's annual work plan issues that Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One is going through now. It also gives me some insight into being a commissioner in making some of the decisions that go forward. I recognize you are not looking for a fire chief. You have one that's doing a great job. You don't need a deputy chief. What you need is a commissioner, knowing that the job of commissioner is to develop and approve policy, develop budgets, provide fiscal controls, and be a conduit for the community. So recognizing that's where I'm here interviewing for, I'm not interviewing for the chief's job as I go through some of these opportunities I've had. Early on in my career, I got the opportunity to be on a ladder company, which I know Gig Harbor's looking at over the part of the their long-term goals. And part of that was to oversee the technical rescue programs for my crews, which include the confined space, which I'm sure all of you are aware of, trench rescue, structural collapse, high-angle rescue, vehicle rescue heavy and light. So all the things that I'm sure Gig Harbor Fire and Medic 1 does now. As a station captain, I was in charge of the two largest stations in the city of Bellevue at different times. One having 8 personnel, the other one having 7. As a battalion commander on the platoon, as a platoon commander, I oversaw 47 shift personnel and about 66 people assigned to the platoon. It included 7 engine companies, 2 ladder companies, 3 BLS units, 4 ALS units, a staff assistant, and an MSO on a daily basis. I had a 3-year stint as the EMS commander. And I should say a little bit about Bellevue is, as a city, they're pretty fiscally responsible, which means that the deputy chiefs were 2 versus other departments having multiple more. So I had some opportunities to take on different roles that in one position, same thing with the battalion chief, that other departments don't necessarily have that same opportunity. I got the opportunity to implement ESO, both for NFIRS and for our EMS reporting, and we went from paper to an electronic data. It gave me the opportunity to see how data-informed decisions can really help you make your decision-making, make the department better. I had the opportunity to implement the inventory management tracking program, Operative IQ, which I know you're aware of. We're now using it for both, or they are now using it for rig checks, equipment tracking, but we implemented originally through the EMS program for our narcotics tracking to make sure we're meeting state laws. We implemented the mobile integrated health unit. It's a master's social workers, the first one in the county that went out and responded. It wasn't a response unit. It was assistance to the crews out in the field that could respond when needed. City of Bellevue has this opportunity. They bring in students and the students pay for that opportunity. They don't get paid. And there's about 25 students that do case management behind the MIH program to support that. And it's a great funding mechanism. And I know there's opportunities throughout other places for that. And when I talk about some of these opportunities, realize I was responsible for them. I oversaw them, but I had great people that, just like Gig Harbor Fire does, that implemented these, developed these, and I just gave them support to let them run and be successful. So I didn't do all these. I just had the responsibility to manage all these. As the EMS commander, I was responsible for all of the ALS personnel, including training and billing. I managed the Bellevue Fire Department's paramedic training program, which included the sending new paramedics to the University of Washington's Harborview paramedic training for a year. I liaisons with the Medic 1 Foundation, which is the foundation that raises funds and looks for individuals to fund the paramedic training program through Harborview. I had the opportunity to implement or be part of the implementation of $1 billion levy through King County EMS. And then also implement and liaison with the other ALS programs in the county and the medical directors. And there's about 5 programs in the county, along with all the different medical directors for the county programs and the overall medical director. As the deputy chief, I had direct responsibility to implement the commuter rail response plans and tunnel rescue plans, implementation of new response capabilities to include units and facilities, whether it be a new medic unit, engine company, battalion unit, wildland program, stations, facilities, development policies and procedures, both the fire department, the city, and the county. Develop a planning and fire emergency management. You're aware of it as the FESM for the reaccreditation and the standard of cover. Develop and implement the strategic plan for the department. I was the contact for the fire service political lobbying, both locally, state, and nationally. I negotiated both for the union as a battalion chief and for the city as a deputy chief. I oversaw the training division, which is all the hiring, and training, just like Gig Harbor, for all the new recruits, but also all the EMS training, all the on-duty training, all the technical rescue. The data and systems divisions, a relative of one of your employees is really who set that up, Jeff Hackmeister. And it gave us the ability to validate and have dashboards to make data decisions that were accurate. If you're not validating your data, which we found, it's garbage in, garbage out. And you can't make good informed data decisions without that. We implemented a new radio program and CAD, which is the same CAD program that you currently use through your dispatch center. Supply and maintenance division was the purchase and maintenance of all apparatus, vehicles, equipment. And then the city managed the facilities. So I was the direct liaison with the facilities, finance, IT, HR, legal, risk management, and the dispatch center. In closing, I can probably come back to that. As one of the other questions, I'll leave some space for other questions. So that should, oh, there's one more part of that question. Why do I want to be a fire commissioner? You know, I want to give back to the community, both the city of Bellevue, the city of Puyallup, city of Sumner, Pierce County, King County, Washington State. I've been involved with all of them, not just 30 years ago, but recently as well. They've all given me an opportunity, and I think this is an opportunity for me to give back to that community and be involved in an excellent program that you've set up and help continue the systems that you have in place that makes Gig Harbor Fire Medic 1 a great department. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to question number 2. What do you know about Gig Harbor Fire Medic 1? And what do you see as the biggest opportunities or challenges facing the district?
So I took the opportunity to meet with the chief because I figured this question may come up. So you recently, and also your standard cover gave some in-depth. It was developed in 2021, I believe. So it's a little bit dated, but it's still relevant. You've transferred from a combination fire department to a career staff. You have 5 stations that are staffed. You have a bond levy that you've put out that's giving you the ability to rebuild and maintain the stations, which shows the importance and the value you put in the safety of the firefighters in the community. You have, I think, 7 new engines coming, 2 or 5 Class 1s and 2 Class 3s. You have Wyland program, you have all the programs that are out there. You run, I think last year in 2024, you ran about 7,500 calls with 124 uniformed firefighters. This is out of the 24 Chiefs annual report, by the way. So I know some of this has changed. I know that there's all kinds of opportunities. I've looked at the command chart, but to be honest with you, I think you have 3 assistant chiefs for deputy chiefs, finance manager, fire chief. There's the commissioners made up of 5 members. You're not a city, so you get to have everybody under one roof, which is some positives. You have about a $75 million budget, I believe, but it also includes your CIP dollars. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what your operating costs are, your day-to-day operating, but about 80% of your calls, just like everybody's EMS calls, about 5,500, I think, in 24. You had a second part to that question about what I knew about the department and
what do you see as the biggest opportunities or challenges facing the district?
Opportunities and challenges. So you've hired a new fire chief in the last 3 years or 5 years. And just the transferring from a combination department to a career department is a huge step. And managing a career department, you have, I believe, a 52 square mile district and representing about 50,000 people. Response times are a big deal to the community, and how do you manage those? And the chief and I talked a little bit about the dispatch processing time when you're looking at times, and how there's only so many ways you can reduce response time. You can't do it in travel because you don't want the firefighter speeding. Your stations are where they are, so it's how do you manage that? But really one of them is processing time. And right now, one of the challenges you have is you have an over a 2-minute average or 90th percentile processing time. And that's all driven by your dispatch center. So how do you overcome that? And I know that at the last commission meeting, got a report on processing times. And I know that you're working with the dispatch center to help improve those. That's one of the opportunities, I think, and challenges that go through the department is staffing for a career department within the fiscal responsibility you have, and how to reduce the response times where you can, without putting a fire station in everybody's neighborhood down a block away. So, and you're also managing 31 water districts, which is a huge process in of itself. So how to make all those things work, I think, are some of the challenges, but opportunities for improvement.
Great, thank you. Question number 3. Do you currently participate in any activities that support the local community? And if so, please share some examples.
Great question. Being new to Gig Harbor, still falling my way. This would be my first avenue into the community, short of, so we're currently building a house. So one of the goals is to be the Fox Island, I'm sure you're aware, has a emergency response team. And I did notice that my neighborhood doesn't have a team lead. So I may be looking at that, starting to get to know our neighbors to better coordinate everyone together. But this will be my first opportunity here within this direct community and Fox Island.
Okay. So question number 4. Why is integrity important in public service, especially in the role of fire commissioner?
Integrity starts from the top. Honesty starts from the top. You're setting the standard. We are the face. When I say we, the fire service, the commissioners are the face of the Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One program. When your neighbors and your community see you, they relate you to the fire service. Firefighters have to be careful. They put a union sticker, they put a license plate on their station, on their vehicles. Every neighbor knows who the firefighter is. And when things go well, that's who they go to. When they do something wrong, it reflects the entire fire service. The fire service has a reputation different than the police for 300 years of tradition. They've put a lot of effort into keeping that responsibility and that public eye in a positive light. Not that everyone doesn't, but all it takes is one person. And it's not just a mark on their department, because your neighbors and the community don't see you as the Gig Harbor Fire Department firefighter. They see you as the fire service, and you represent all of them across the nation. And the same holds true for the commissioners. You can't hold the firefighters to a different standard than you do yourself. And that standard has to be above reproach. As you can tell, I feel strongly about how you represent yourself, because you're seen as one of the people that manage and run the fire department, regardless of what you do. It doesn't matter. You put that shirt on, that badge on, that decal on, and everyone knows who you are, and you represent them, both as a community leader, but also as the person that's going to come into their house as a firefighter, and they have to trust you. You are there in their weakest moments when they need you, and they have to be able to trust that you're there for them. So thank you for the question.
Great, thank you. Question number 5. What skills or qualities do you bring that would make you an effective fire commissioner?
So I spent question 1 quite a bit on that.
Okay.
I will say that I know that the department's mission of providing exceptional service to the citizens and our members with dedication, compassion, and respect, while continually striving for improvement, aligns with my beliefs, morals, and commitment to my community and my neighbors. In addition, my experiences have taught me how to listen, collaborate as a committee, be flexible in my decision-making, and as a good leader, knowing when and how to communicate both with the public and your peers throughout the organizations. And it's not just the fire service organization, it's your neighbors, it's your community, it's the city managers, it's the mayors, it's the county, it's everyone that's in political service, in community service, because the community relies on all of you, and we're all the same. We have to work together to be fiscally responsible and meet the needs of the community.
Great. Question number 6. What experience do you have with public policy or government decision-making?
So again, question number 1 answered a lot of those questions.
Mhm.
As the liaison, I had the opportunity to work as in name only, the Washington Metro Chiefs organization, where we lobbied both at the state, local, and the national level. And recognizing when you represent the fire service, the elected officials listen. And when you do it as a team and as an organization, they listen even better. So driving decisions, both fiscally for grants and for assistance and for levies and bonds, all plays into that. And I've had the opportunity to do some of that. As far as policy, I got to help set policy both at the state, national level for the fire code. I helped to develop some of the ICC codes nationally, actually as a North American code. I got to set policy for City of Bellevue and the fire department and for King County EMS.
Okay. So question number 7. Have you ever served on a governing board, committee, or commission? And what was your experience and what did you contribute?
So a governing board is not an elected position. I was on an ICC committee that met every 2 months, and it was a North American Code Committee to set standards for the ICC, the International Code Council, on elevator usage for firefighters and for the occupants. And it drives today's codes that were put in place. I've sat on governing committees for the elevator committees as a fire service representative, both at the national and the state level. The EMS committee for levy planning that set the $1 billion levy for King County, approve policy, develop a budget, approve the budget, put fiscal controls in place, and then be a revenue or a connection to the community. And that's straight out of I believe it's out of your bylaws, your commission and policy on what the roles of that are. There's the perfect commissioner, which I looked at with basically aligned with all those things and some of the stuff I talked about earlier.
Okay, great. So question number 9. Serving as a fire commissioner requires time for meetings, trainings, and community events. How do you plan to balance this commitment with your other obligations?
So my other obligations right now as a newer retiree, are to build my home, taking a farm class that's online. Those are all my responsibilities right now. We get done with our house, hopefully we get to doing some more travel. But I don't see a problem. There's 2 meetings a month lasting about an hour, unless you're doing negotiations, which you're currently doing. You do have an opportunity for online voting and being part of it online. I don't see it being a conflict at all right now. It'd be different if I was working full time.
Okay, great. Final question, number 10. Is there anything else you would like us to know about you or any final statement that you would like to make as we consider your application?
I can go through my
You have a lot of information.
No, I know we're limited on time. So unless there's any more questions, thank you for giving me the opportunity. A little bit of dusting off the coming in and speaking in front of people again and dusting off my resume and interviewing is not a bad thing. So again, thank you for your time, and hopefully you come up with a good decision. I'm sure all of the candidates you have are going to be good commissioners. You can't go wrong. I'd love to say, oh, I'm the best commissioner, but we all have different opportunities, different experiences, and all of us bring strengths and weaknesses. And whoever you choose, I'm sure will be an outstanding job. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We would like to open it up for the commissioners or Chief Doan to ask some follow-up questions of you. So
Sure.
we'll open that up right now.
Yeah, I have one. So, I may have asked Chief Doan the same question when we were going through the interview process with him. You've worked your entire career for a city department. How do you think you would handle the transition to going from a city department to a fire district? Obviously, the question's different than it was for Chief Doan, him being the chief, but
Right.
It's sort of a different organizational structure, different management type. How do you see yourself navigating that?
So again, as the commission, I'm not running the fire department. That's the nice part, right? I don't have any operational deals. I don't have to be the chief that goes, looks for money and gets permission. The chief actually has it better as a district chief than as a city chief, because you're fighting with all the other city departments. Here, it's just you're managing the money you have and set forth. And again, since I don't have to run the department, I don't think it's a big transition. I'm used to dealing with a council and with other departments, but I don't deal with those. The chief does as a commissioner. The role of the commission is just set policy for the department, which is basically what I've done my whole career. But thank you for the question.
Thank you.
I appreciate you being here today. I'm Kevin. And one question, because this has always been something important to me, on your community engagement. I know you said you're new to our community and welcome. You're looking as this as a first step, if you will. Is there anything else that you would like to do or become involved in the community now that you are retired, maybe have some more time, don't have that drive from Bellevue to where you have some time to where you can perhaps put in? Is there something else that interests you that you could become involved in the community?
There's some different clubs that I've looked at. The Kiwanis Club is one of them. There's some downtown organizations that I've done a little bit of research on, just trying to get involved. One of the things you do in retirement, and they tell you, is don't do anything. Take a year to get your feet underneath you and recognize what it is that you want to do. So I purposely have not taken on any roles, responsibilities, or anything new, just so I can kind of get a feel on what's retirement like, what are my next steps, and spending some time with my wife, which I'm sure she sometimes would rather me go back to work, but some of those is not taking on too much, right? And that's one of the things that my wife and I have talked about a little bit, is taking on, it's not a job, but commitments. And I have never shied away from commitments. And that's one of the things of my opportunities for me to improve on, is not taking on too much. So as I do this a little bit at a time, I get to build a house. I get to hopefully be involved with back to the fire service. And then as I get a better handle on what my time commitments are, it gives me more opportunities to go out and do other things in the community. But thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions? No?
See if Tom-
Oh, Commissioner Sudich, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you. Great interview.
I'm just glad he's not applying for chief and kept saying he doesn't want the chief's job. I know. Made me a little nervous.
No, thank
there.
you.
Very well qualified.
Well, we appreciate your time today, and that is going to be the end of our questions. And thank you so much, and we'll be in touch with you once a decision has been made.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Kevin, I have a quick question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was this gentleman the second candidate? I know I missed at least one.
Yes, he was only number 2.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So welcome. And when we ask questions, if you could just leave your mic on, and then if we can't hear you, I'll ask you to move it a little bit closer.
Okay,
But
will do.
thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you being here. My name is Janelle Gunder, and I'm the HR manager here at Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One. And I'll be asking the questions in today's interview. We have 30 minutes for the interview, and then afterwards, we're going to let the commissioners and Chief Doan ask any follow-up questions they may have.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and get started with question number 1. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in serving as a fire commissioner for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One?
Yep, absolutely. So again, my name's Matt Fleming. I've been in Gig Harbor since 2011. And initially I didn't know a whole lot about the area, but I've just come to really love the area, love everything about it and the community, just the environment that is Gig Harbor. And I work for the Tacoma Fire Department, and I've worked my way through the ranks there from firefighter, lieutenant to captain, and now battalion chief. And that truly has been just as far as professionally, and even I would argue a hobby. The fire service is just something I'm absolutely very, very passionate about, really like. Always have a lot of curiosity with it and wanting to just know more and be more involved with it. And so that's kind of how this commissioner position, really sparked my interest in talking with Alex Wilsey and just learning more about it. And it really combines, two things that I'm very passionate about. One being the community of Gig Harbor, and the other being the fire service. And again, not just a job, but something I just have a genuine passion for. And I have a huge level of respect for Gig Harbor and Fire Medic One. I've come to know the agency well just living here, but especially more in the administrative roles at Tacoma Fire. I get to overlap with your agency a lot, and just really impressed with the agency, and would really like to be a part of it, and help guide Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One. And so I guess that's about me. And it's kind of more separate from that, just kind of personal life. I have 3 children and a wife. And again, obviously we reside in the district. We reside in the north end of Gig Harbor, and just very active and really enjoy everything it has to offer from the sports here. Do a lot of running, both in McCormick Park and in the Bark Park. And I get to enviously watch your training center get built every time I do a loop around there. And so it's a great area, and would love the opportunity to be a part of this with you.
Great, thank you. Question number 2. What do you know about Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One? And what do you see as the biggest opportunities or challenges facing the district?
Yeah, so just kind of the general information that I know, without sucking myself into too much detail. But it was formed in 1945 after there was a large fire in 1944. And since then, it's just progressively grown with a lot more, I guess, recent, meaning the last 40 to 50 years, where it was in the 70s, they became a professional fire department, paid fire department, started doing transport services in the 80s, adding hazmat tech rescue in the 90s. And then just with the rapidly increasing growth in Gig Harbor, just the department has, even since I've been in Gig Harbor, just exponentially increased in size to now where there's 9 total stations, but 5 staff stations with 5 engines, 3 medic units, and a battalion chief with a daily on minimum staffing of 22. And so it's just, just rapidly growing, covers 54 square miles, 59 miles of shoreline. And I guess, and call volume is another one where we're, I believe it was 2021, we were at 6,000 calls, and now you're at 6,000 calls. Now you're at 7,500. So, a 22% increase in 4 years is just it's a big change, right? Big, rapid growing department. And I don't want to get too sucked into that because I did a lot of reading on what I know. But as far as opportunities, again, with growth, there is a lot of opportunity. As you become a larger department, you have the ability to more have specialty teams, or potentially a ladder truck or additional transport units, and you can kind of more tailor firefighters to specific jobs. And so there's opportunity in that. There's huge opportunity in the training center that you're building right now, primarily for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One, for training their own personnel, and giving them the opportunity to do live fire training without leaving the district, and either having to pay backfill or having to basically have your firefighters driving somewhere else and being out of district. So that's a big opportunity. But then also for creating a revenue stream for the department to help that ongoing maintenance of the training center and building partnerships with your neighboring agencies, where there's kind of multiple benefits there. One, I mean, obviously it's great for the neighboring agencies and their training, but then it also brings other fire departments into your district that are becoming familiar with your district and your firefighters and training together. And so, if I, just from a personal side, if I were to drive over here as a battalion chief and I've just worked with Gig Harbor firefighters more and done training with them, and then I end up working on a scene with them, I'm going to better understand how they operate. They'll understand how I operate. It adds for a higher level of safety and performance for the greater community. So that's a huge opportunity. And as far as challenges, and this one, I think Chief Doan would know probably best in the room, just seeing that every single day. And so I'm not going to, and all of you, so I don't want to try to speak as if I truly know your challenges, but I have an opportunity to speak with the union and speak with Chief Wilsey or Alex Wilsey, Chief Wilsey, to try to get a good understanding of kind of what the big challenges are for the fire district. And some of those aren't strictly just challenges. There's some potential positives to them, but in how you maybe make something happen. The challenge there, when or if does the department get a ladder truck? And I've heard there's some discussions about service for Fox Island in that challenge of, you look at the population, and so it's a smaller portion of the population, but it's also very isolated. And so that's a very big challenge on, do you staff that station? How do you staff that station? And then just geographically, it's a very challenging district. I'm very, again, in my profession or in my department in Tacoma, we have lots of block streets. You can get from point A to point B about 6 different ways, and you try not to go like a zigzag, but there's all sorts of ways. Whereas here, it's with Highway 16 bisecting the district, you almost split your department into 2, other than those few little options to cross over. And so when you have a residential structure fire, very challenging. I'm getting very distracted. I'm sorry. I only have 30 minutes, and I think I'm already about 5 minutes on that one. So again, lots of challenges, but I think to kind of tie that into being a fire commissioner is again, I'm very passionate about the fire service. I have a great understanding, always more to learn, and I think I could help contribute that with the existing great members of the fire commissioners and the fire chief and the staff and firefighters of Gig Harbor Fire Medic 1.
Great. Question number 3. Do you currently participate in any activities that support the local community? And if so, if you could share some examples.
Yeah. So the biggest ones tend to revolve around my children. So I do a lot of, all 3 of them are in elementary school right now, or I guess one just moved to middle school, but it's the same school. And so I do typically about 2, sometimes 3 days a week, I'll go in and I'll help volunteer at the school. I coach their soccer teams, and I previously did Gig Harbor Rotary. I do a lot of, as I mentioned, I run the trails around here. So I feel like my way to give back to those great trails that I get to go utilize is I'll go out and just do trail maintenance and down trees, just cut and clear them out of the way. And I guess, relative to the department, even though this is a very small thing, I would barely want to count this as a ongoing thing, but I'm one of the verified responders for Gig Harbor and Fire Medic 1, being a first responder. I've had 2 opportunities to respond out in that capacity. And so, yeah, I'd say those are the big things that I do right now.
Great. Question number 4. Why is integrity important in public service, especially in the role of fire commissioner?
Yeah, so integrity is I think this one melds perfectly together with my job at Tacoma Fire, and then the same thing as a fire commissioner. You are working for the public. You're using public funds. You have the public's trust on your back, and so every decision that you make, whether it be if you're going to a meeting somewhere, I'm trying to think what those are called when the commissioners get together in another location, but those, I can't think of it, is, you're in the public eye. You're not there to go on a vacation. You're not there to go have fun and try to slip in, games of golf. And maybe there is golf that happens, and that's not bad. But the idea is you're not ignoring the work that is to be done there. You have to have the public trust that when you go to these meetings, or when you're managing the money and making, if you're overseeing money that's getting spent on the new training center, that you're not pushing for somebody that you know to get that contract, or right, they have to be able to trust you, because as soon as the public loses trust in the Board of Commissioners, in the fire department, they're no longer going to want to vote to support them. There's going to be upheaval and distrust, and so having integrity and making the right decision, and always, it's the newspaper test is what we always use at work, is you need to be, what you put in that email or what you say to your fellow commissioner, it has to be something you'd be willing to tell the public, right? And the idea of not getting together and planning things outside of commissioner meetings, because we have to plan everything in public, or I would hope to join you, but so I'm kind of bouncing around, but yeah, that public trust is very important.
Okay, so question number 5. What skills or qualities do you bring that would make you an effective fire commissioner?
Yeah, so, I mean, let me just so it's just kind of personal characteristics, and I'll move on to some skills. The big kind of 3 that I always like to talk about myself are my curiosity, my compassion, and my persistence. And so on the curiosity, it's just that always wanting to know more, to talk to those, around me, whether it be, talking to the union, talking to the fire chief, and just learning what the agency needs, or, just having general curiosity in life. I think that the more you know, the better decisions you can make and the better you can contribute. Compassion is, I think that's one of the core qualities of the fire service, right? It's caring for everybody that you're helping, or everybody that you're working with, and understanding that, even someone in the toughest situation in life is just as valuable as anyone else. And then finally, persistence. School was really hard for me growing up, and so I think that gave me a lot of, ultimately turned into just learning to be persistent in order to be successful in life. And so that's, I think that's one of the core qualities I have. Kind of on a professional side, I have a very good understanding of the fire service. Almost 15 years as a paid professional, about 3.5 years as a volunteer. I worked for a private ambulance company before that. So I just have a broad understanding of the fire service. Again, I moved my way up through the ranks. I currently on our executive board of our fire union. And so just a good understanding of contracts and labor management relations. I also was the chief of our safety division. And so in that capacity, I did a lot with our budget. And when I was in that position, I was also on the department's executive team. So was involved in all the executive meetings, and again, with the budget planning, and then kind of the labor relations from the other side. And then just from more of a broad county level, I'm the co-chair of the UASI, which is the Urban Area Securities Initiative, the Fire, EMS, and Hazmat. So I co-chair that committee for Puget Sound. And I'm on the Pierce County Incident Management Team. I'm a part of the FEMA team for Washington Task Force 1. So just a really broad understanding. And then I guess the last component would be kind of beneficial to the commission would be, or the Board of Commissioners, is I spent some years at our dispatch center, so I have a good understanding of South Sound 911. So I guess all that talking, the fine point would be just a really broad experience that I think I could help, if there were questions, and just having a good understanding of the fire service as I help contribute to the Board of Commissioners.
Great, thank you. Question number 6. What experience do you have with public policy or government decision-making?
Yeah. So again, I kind of just touched on a lot of that, so I'll try to keep it brief. But with my own personal work experience on public policy, it would come from more, being on the department's executive team, overseeing being the co-chair, as I mentioned, for the UASI subcommittee, where we actually have to, we're being given government funds and we're having to manage them appropriately. And we're having when I was at the safety division, when we'd be looking at purchasing new equipment, we'd have to do RFPs, we'd have to do wear tests. And so really understanding that when you're purchasing things at the public level, you can't just simply go out and choose an item or try to find the cheapest item. And there's policies that we have to fall within. And then also more on the academic side, I did a master's degree in management and leadership. And part of that on the management side, we just kind of learned about, can you repeat the question? I want to make sure I'm answering the right.
Sure.
for that.
What experience do you have with public policy or government decision-making?
Yeah, so that management leadership masters, we had a portion of it was on how government functions, how boards function, how city councils function. And then even more so, I did a certified public manager program about a year and a half ago. I guess it was, maybe 2.5 years ago that finished up. And that again, that really focused around how governments work, purchasing, and just that was a very good program for moving into more of the fire administrative role in my current profession, or will be continued my profession, and then also to assist as a commissioner. Yeah, those are the experience I've had.
Great. Question number 7. Have you ever served on a governing board, committee, or commission? And what was your experience and what did you contribute?
I feel like I'm going to be repeating a lot. So as far as so for the boards, would be again being the co-chair for the UASI board. I also at work I've been involved in numerous committees for whether it be with research and development, a chiefs advisory committee. There's been numerous committees that I've had the opportunity to kind of do within the fire department, and then also had a lot of special projects when I was the safety chief, whether it be going to port security meetings, working with L&I on numerous occasions. And so I would say as far as kind of the governmental board committee side of things, I've had a lot there. And then also, I guess I would include with the union, again, being on the executive team there, we very much function as a board for the union itself. So.
Okay, question number 8. How do you see your role and responsibilities as a fire commissioner?
Yeah, so I'd say roles, I'm gonna write that down. To help basically develop and define the policies of the fire district, that the fire chief is to use that as basically the guidance to operate under, to review and approve the budget, and to kind of oversee not the operations, but the kind of oversee the overall department, the operations of the department, very separate from operations, but just simply we are there to monitor the fire chief and as a board. And one thing that I really got from reading the fire commissioner's handbook, but then also talking to Alex Wilsey, was really that idea that as much as for example, me have a lot of fire service experience, but we very much our focus is we have nothing to do with the daily operations of the department. We are not managing operations. We're not giving advice on operations. But it's really we as a board, not as individuals on a board, but we as a board are coming together with that guidance for the fire chief. And if there's changes that we want to see in the department, we're providing that feedback. We're monitoring the spending. We're monitoring the money that's coming in, and setting policy for where the department goes. So I guess that's what I see as the role of the board.
Okay, great. Question number 9. Serving as a fire commissioner requires time for meetings, trainings, and community events. How do you plan to balance this commitment with your other obligations?
Yeah. So one big kind of change on the time that I've had to more focus on some community service activities like this is I've gone from a day position at work back to a basically 24-hour shift position, and so that's, although there's definitely the day after can oftentimes be very tired, but it's also allowed for more time for me to go support my kids at school and coach for soccer and look at something like this where I think I would be better able to focus and use some of that time during my day to prepare, read necessary material, and then also attend the meetings. The biggest challenge for me time-wise would be when I'm on a 24-hour shift would be those times where I would either, the primary intent would be to find someone to backfill me to come in and do basically a trade for that period of time where I could come over and attend the meeting. And then there might be instances, unfortunately, where I would not be able to attend due to that conflict. We work the same schedule where we basically we're a 4-platoon schedule. So a quarter of the meetings by that math would be, there would be a potential conflict. And again, I would have every intent to work around that with the reality that on some occasions I wouldn't.
Okay. Final question, number 10. Is there anything else you would like us to know about you or any final statement that you would like to make as we consider your application?
Yeah. It's, the first thing is I want to thank everybody, and Leslie for all the communications and, taking the time to chat with me. But it's just, I appreciate everyone's time to be here today, hear me out, move through this process, just your general service to the fire district. But I think, I would look at this as a great opportunity to help support everybody here. And just my general outlook on life is very positive. And again, as mentioned, very curious. And it's one where, I'm very willing to have the disagreements and speak kind of my thoughts, where I'm not just going to sit as a fly on the wall, but also not confrontational. It's one where I always want to, hear others out, understand other perspectives. And so I think that I always feel that I add a good a good contribution to meetings that I'm in, where it's not overpowering, but it's also always willing to step up and help and take on a project and not just, again, sit on the wall and watch others do work. So I, again, appreciate everyone's time.
Right. So now I'd like to open it up for the commissioners. If they have any questions, including Commissioner Sudich, if you have any questions, please let us know.
I have no questions. Thank you.
I'll ask the same question I asked the last candidate, which I sort of joked that I asked our chief when he interviewed to be our chief a few years back. Obviously, as a commissioner, you don't run the department in the same way, but you're familiar clearly with the city department, having worked for Tacoma for your entire career. How do you think you would manage that difference between your knowledge base of a city department and then transitioning into a position where it's a district, not a city department?
Yeah. And I would say, I don't realize this is a public meeting, but I have a lot of envy of this system. I think this is a very good system. And with the meetings I've seen, especially the meeting where I came with Chief or Alex Wilsey's last commissioner meeting, just watching the function, watching the efficiency, the fire commissioner's knowledge. And I would say, and this isn't a knock on city council members, right? Because they have to, they're trying to understand each department in the city and then fit this. So it's truly not an insult to them, but that's the biggest challenge of the city is trying to explain to them, why certain apparatus are needed or just when new equipment's needed. It's just, you're trying to educate them when they're trying to learn 25 other things. Whereas here, the fire commissioners have that opportunity to really specialize and learn about, the fire service, and that's what they're specializing in. So I think there will definitely be a small learning curve. I think there's a big change, but I've done a lot of reading. I've talked to Chief Alex Wilsey about it, and just that understanding of the differences in the organization. So it's not, I'm not trying to shove it aside and say there's no difference, but I'm actually excited for that difference because I think it's a very good system. And we in Tacoma are exploring the concept of an RFA just because of some of that potential efficiencies as well. So
Thank you.
One of the questions we asked you was understanding the commissioner's role. And I think I heard you say that you're involved negotiating as battalion chief, BC. You're
on the unit, so not as a just to be clear, not as a BC, but as a executive member of the executive team on the union.
Okay, so understand that as a board, we're on the opposite side of the table. So as a board member, who very could, there's a 2-person committee of two board members who go into negotiations with our local. how would you, how do you see yourself being able to separate yourself from being a local member with Tacoma to now sitting on the other side to where you're going to have to go in the opposite directions? Could you form a distinction between your commitment to the public now as a board member compared to your commitment to the local, whether it's our local or Tacoma's local, but to the union members?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the question. I guess first I'll start with kind of, I think a good comparison of my ability to look at two things from very different sides would be when I moved into that position as the safety chief at Tacoma Fire, is I would run the accident review board. And so we would be hearing the cases for firefighters and officers that had been involved in accidents, and we were hearing that and deciding if it was preventable, unpreventable, or even chargeable preventable. So we had to basically, we're to an extent not going after, but right, we're making decisions that can negatively impact members of the department. And though I was still a member of the local with them, and actually the local 31 was in the room representing them, I was functioning from an administrative standpoint, and I very much had to look at the rules and the policies and how did they function within those policies, provide that information, and help when the voting members, came to a conclusion. And so I felt personally that I, again, by having integrity and not giving bias, especially when people would come in that I was friends with, you have to look at it from, this is my job, this is what I've been assigned to do. And it's not callous. It's just, that's the responsibility I've been given. And if anything, it is looking out for that person and the safety of the public, because if someone has multiple accidents and they were the cause of that, right, we need to hold them accountable to help protect them and everyone else. And so from your question of, looking at, for example, with negotiations, is as a commissioner, my position there would be, I'm a resident of the district. And so I want the fire department to be run, with that balance of where the firefighters are compensated fairly and where they have the benefits that they need. So they're healthy and happy and want to stay here. And so it is an attractive department. But at the same time, I am very aware that we need to make sure that we can pay for stations and ongoing maintenance and apparatus and equipment. And if there's, the opportunity to add other services, that if we just want to go out and throw money because I think, oh, well, these are my people, right? We're firefighters and we just want to, no, but that's going to be harmful to firefighters as well. If we don't have the money to maintain the equipment in the district and the stations and have training, that's harmful for the firefighters. That's harmful for the community. And, giving more money might take away from cancer prevention opportunities, or we're, in my mind, it's not a battle, right? It's how can we make it so both sides are getting, with the limited budget, how can we make a fair decision? So,
Thank you.
did that answer? I know that's okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Coming from Tacoma, talk about, we did Recruit Academy together. We've been training together. I'd say our departments are partnering more than any other department in Pierce County. So you'd be an employee there, chief officer there, but a board member here. How do you step through that of a conflict of interest, maybe an employee at Recruit Academy? One of our employees, something happens, or maybe in training or with the RFA, right? There's a discussion or a willingness for us to be part of that RFA. How are you going to walk through that conflict of being a member and a chief officer there, but then a board member here when those things come up?
Right. No, I also really appreciate that question, because I would like the opportunity to kind of speak to that, what could be viewed as a potential, kind of conflict of, kind of decision making, and I've thought about that one a lot. And the big thing for me is I want Gig Harbor and Fire and Medic One to be the best department it can, and just from the most selfish standpoint, that's not why, but from the most selfish view possible, you could say, if my house catches on fire or one of my kids has a medical emergency, right, or someone, my family or friends, like I want this department to be the best it can be with the funding it has available and to provide those services. And so as a commissioner, my mindset would be looking, I think there's a lot of great partnership opportunities that would be mutually beneficial, but I would never want to do something where it was detrimental to Gig Harbor Fire because it was in some way, say, benefiting, right? If it was looking at doing, there was, if it was, for example, a training, consortium, or we're using the training center for Tacoma to come over here, Gig Harbor Fire needs to get a fair compensation to help fund the maintenance and operation of that building, because there's a lot of money that the tax base, including myself, are paying for that building. And another great example is, Tacoma is an incredible department. I enjoy everything about the department and the community, but it's a very, very busy, and oftentimes we don't have all the resources available when calls come in because they're on other calls. And so I wouldn't want a situation where, if you just completely soften the borders, as an example, now that would be detrimental. Just if that was just the solution, tomorrow we soften the borders with Gig Harbor and Tacoma, units from Gig Harbor would be getting pulled into to Tacoma. And sure, as a battalion chief in Tacoma, that's great. I have more resources coming. But as a resident who has family in this district and my own house and friends and everyone else in the community that I would need to represent, I don't want my units getting pulled, my units meaning as a commissioner and a resident, pulled across the bridge. So if that was, for example, an RFA was being explored, it would have to be something where it was truly mutually beneficial. And I think there are a lot of mutual benefits to crossing training and looking at other things, but I'm not convinced that just for example, a merger is just the best solution, because the residents pay a lot of money. I think it's the right of money, but they pay their money to support the department adequately. And I believe that should be used to support the community that's paying for it. So, and sorry, long answer to that. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Well, we appreciate your time here today, and thank you for coming in, and we'll be in touch as soon as we have a decision that's been made. Mhm.
Hey, Kevin, you hear me?
We can hear you.
Kevin? Can anybody else hear, or is this private?
You're good, Tom. Go ahead.
This is being recorded.
We're live.
can hear us right now.
I'll wait till we're in executive session with my question.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you being here. My name is Janelle Gunder, and I'm the Human Resource Manager here at Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One. I'll be asking the questions today for our interview. We have 30 minutes for the questions, and then afterwards, we're going to let the commissioners and Chief Doan ask any follow-up questions. Okay, great. All right, well, I will go ahead and get started then. Okay, question number 1. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving as a fire commissioner for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One?
Okay, yes, I by all means can do that. My name is Charles Slothauer. I go by Chip. My mom called me that since the day I was born, so I'm used to it. So I grew up in Renton and got hired with the Renton Fire Department at the time, then changed to Renton Regional Fire Authority when I was 30 years old after I'd married my wife. And so for the past almost 30 years, I was an employee and firefighter for the city of Renton. Before that, I was a volunteer in Burien, King County District 2. Shortly after that, I got hired. We moved to Gig Harbor, my wife and I. And so we've been in just outside the city limits over by Harbor Heights Elementary School, over there off Murphy for the last 25 years, probably. We've been living in district. I have since retired just a month ago, 2 months ago almost. I retired. And so, nothing better to do with my time than more community service. In all reality, I have a passion for serving the community, and I have more time now to do it. So I'm here because I'd love to represent the citizens, that are paying the taxes, that are requiring the services and providing the services that we provide or paying for them. So that's kind of my passion. And that's why I'm here.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Question number 2. What do you know about Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One? And what do you see as the biggest opportunities or challenges facing the district?
I know a little bit about Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One. Like I said, I've lived in district for 25 years. I did a little bit of research boning up for this, not a lot, but I understand our overall budget's about $70 million. We have an operating budget around 50 million or something like that, which is similar to the Renton Regional Fire Authority, where I worked for 30 years. They had an operating budget around 50 million as well. And I'm familiar with the fire service. I've been doing it for 30 years. And so I understand emergency medical response. I understand, insurance issues a little bit, not as much as I thankfully don't understand that too well, because that's a little in the weeds for me. I am a big picture kind of guy. I'm not much of a detail kind of a guy. So I enjoy kind of staying out of the weeds and being an overall kind of big picture situation. And so I think, I could bring something to the table when it comes to providing fire service and emergency medical services for the community. Just kind of understanding that, the nuances of that a little bit more, I think helps out, and just a passion for helping people.
Great. Question number 3. Do you currently participate in any activities that support the local community? And if so, if you could please share some examples.
Sure. I've been a member and on the board, sitting elder at Chapel Hill Church. I was on the board for I was active member as an elder for 9 years, and once an elder, always an elder there. So I'm called upon to do some administrative kind of work, kind of very similar to kind of the way that the Fire Commissioner Board is laid out. I was a member of a board that oversees the overall big picture of the church, responsible to the head pastor there. He was responsible to us as a board. And then we are involved in policy. Not any in the daily workings of the church was not our business, but just kind of setting policy, making sure that the budget was where it needed to be, and just keeping him, making sure that he was on spot. So I did that for years. I've been a coach I have 6 kids, all grew up in the Gig Harbor area. And I've coached numerous teams and games. My son, I have a son who's 15 now. He's in a wheelchair. And so he's involved in wheelchair basketball. And so we participate in that as well. And I help coach that. And then various other activities that I'm sure there's a million of them that I'm forgetting. Being in the community for 25 years, it's been a lot, but I love it here and it's been great.
Great. Okay, question number 4. Why is integrity important in public service, especially in the role of fire commissioner?
Well, I want to start out by saying that I pride myself as a man of integrity. In fact, as an officer in the Renton Regional Fire Authority, an issue came up where I had to speak against a person that was highly respected in the department, and it was an integrity issue. And I came forward, and there was some heat that I had to face for that. And I was actually getting advice from other people: just don't say a thing, just don't come forward. But because of my high moral integrity, I felt obligated to do so, and I did. And I'd love to say that everything worked out rosy. It didn't. Since then, in fact, the chief and he promoted me during that time. Since then, the chief has come to me, he's now retired, and thanked me for what I did, standing up for what was right during that time. As a commissioner in a fire district like this, we're responsible for the people that are paying for these services, and we have a duty to stand up for what is right. And they're not here every meeting watching to make sure we do that. The only way that those things happen is by having high moral character and being a person of integrity. And I pride myself on that. So that's important to me. And so that's, I believe, another thing that I would bring to the table if you guys were to choose that I would take the position.
Great. Question number 5. What skills or qualities do you bring that would make you an effective fire commissioner?
Well, like I said, I've lived in the district for 25 years. I have knowledge of fire service, which I believe could be a detriment, honestly. But as of now, there aren't any past fire service personnel on the board. So I think I could definitely bring something just where it comes to the inner workings of the fire service and a greater fire service community nationally, regionally, as a whole. I've been involved in unions and all that goes on with negotiations and contracts and all that kind of stuff. So I believe that I would bring something there. I have integrity, so I think that would be something I could bring to the table. I'm retired. I have time. I'm here to make a commitment if you guys were to deem that I was the person that would be best fit for this. But honestly, if there's someone else you think that would fit this position, I'd be okay with that too. I don't really think it's fun to come on beautiful days and sit in a committee room and discuss issues, like this. So I think that my motivation would be pure. This isn't something that I would do to get a leg up in the community. I'm not thinking that I'm going to use this as a step up to run for mayor or anything like that. I don't have any alternative motives here, just to support the community that I've lived in.
Great. Question number 6. What experience do you have with public policy or government decision-making?
Well, not a lot with maybe public policy or government decision-making, but like I said, I was on the board of Chapel Hill Church for almost 10 years, and it was a very similar run program there. They have a board of commissioners that oversees the chief of the department, and he oversees the church as a whole. And I mean, they're a fairly large organization, obviously not the size of Gig Harbor Fire, but I learned then kind of how committees and policy governance works. And so I feel like I have a pretty good, obviously I'm here to learn as well. And there's a ton that I don't know, and you don't know what you don't know. But I feel like that was a fairly good kind of a little glimpse into the workings of a board of commissioners. I've been at Renton Regional Fire Authority for 30 years. They're a fire authority. They had a board of commissioners. I've sat in front of them. I've talked to them. I've seen the way they've worked. I've attended their meetings. So I was fairly familiar with that too. Run, I believe, this very similar to how the district here runs. So I have a little bit of experience, not a ton, I wouldn't say.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Question number 7. Have you ever served on a governing board, committee, or commission? It's a repetitive question. What was your experience and what did you contribute?
Well, I can expand a little bit more. I mean, you've heard what I've served on, and I think some of the lessons I learned from serving on that board is when I first got on the board, the chief head pastor told me it was a 3-year term, and I served 2 consecutive terms, and then had 1 year off, and then another term. And he said every term, there's some major issue that happens that we have to deal with, that the board has to deal with, some big thing that comes up, and that we really have to dig our heels in and get down to business and deal with. And it's not fun a lot of times. A lot of those things are things that we have to deal with. And I can imagine, the fire service negotiations, health care, time off, retirements, all those things are things that that the fire service has to deal with. And so it's not always fun or easy to do. I think the job that you guys are doing, but there is some rewards. I mean, there's camaraderie. I mean, you get to know people and you develop friendships. And I liked serving the community. So that's just some other experience I think that I would bring.
Okay, great. Question number 8. How do you see your role and responsibilities as a fire commissioner?
In my opinion, the commission, according to the policies I read, are in charge of hiring the chief if that ever needs to happen, and overseeing the chief and policies. And then there's committees. There's 5, 6 different committees that commissioners sit on. And so the job is just that, making sure that the overarching policies of the department and those committees are doing things that are appropriate to the contingency, the voters, and providing good service. Is not my job to meet with firefighters or officers and ask them how it's going, or I mean, I can always talk to people, but not to get involved in the minutia of the way that the department runs. I wouldn't want that job. I didn't want it as a firefighter. I made it to lieutenant at the Renton Regional Fire Authority, and that was far enough to me. Administration was something for somebody else, and that's fine. So, like I said, I enjoy being on the very big picture stuff. So not the minutia at all. I'd love to hear, about policy governance, about, making sure that the overarching policies of the department are running well, that if we have issues, that we form committees, and I would be part of a team. It wouldn't be my voice. It would be the voice of the committee that would make all policy. That's why we have the Robert's Rules of Order and the voting that happens. So I think I understand all that, and I'm more than willing to be part of a team when that is concerned.
Great. Question number 9. Serving as a fire commissioner requires time for meetings, trainings, and community events. How do you plan to balance this commitment with your other obligations?
Well, my wife's not here. So but no, she runs the calendar. Like I said, I'm newly retired. And so I find I have a little bit of time, which is good. I also have other commitments. I have a family. I have 6 kids. 3 of them are still at home. 3 are married, and I have other things I do. But this would be, like I said, I'm ready to make a commitment to this. And so if I were here, I would commit to doing whatever needed to be done to be here. And I have time to do that. So that's what I would do.
Okay. Final question, number 10. Is there anything else you would like us to know about you, or any final statement you would like to make as we consider your application?
Yeah, I guess just reiterating that, this, I've done a few job applications in the past. I didn't run for this position, and for vote for the community or for the community to vote on me. I've been to other job interviews in the past. It's not something that I am set on doing. I haven't set my mind to this. This is something that I want to help if I can. If I am not the right person for the job, then I understand that, and I would be fully okay with that. I believe I'm a man of faith. I believe everything happens for a reason, and I feel like I could bring something to the table, but I would be fine if it weren't me, if it were someone else that was chosen and sitting in this position.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
want to open it up now for the commissioners to ask any questions or Chief Doan. I want to start with Commissioner Sudich. Do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
I'll be consistent and I'll ask the same question because you're, at least for a while, you were a city department
Yep.
guy. Understanding that obviously you're not going to be like managing, the day-to-day operations of the department. Maybe talk a little bit about your observations of what it was like to work for a city department, the transition to a regional fire authority where you're no longer a city agency,
Yeah.
and how you think that would help or impact or influence your role on a board like this, understanding those different governance models.
Okay. Yeah. This, as you guys all probably know, the city department was responsible to the mayor and the city, for budgeting items and for of resources. And so every year we would have a budget. And one of the interesting things about that, it was kind of a use or lose it budget. And so the city would give us a certain amount of money every year, and the fire department would either use that money or the city would take it back for the general fund. Well, I believe there might be some positives to that. You know what you're getting every year. It's coming. You don't have to go out and doorbell and levy lid lifts or any of that kind of stuff. You just kind of knew that that stack base was there and it was coming. Now, there were some downsides to that. It's hard to, in my opinion, have an overarching budget where you're planning for long-term goals, especially where you may want to, cash away some of those funds for some larger items. You weren't able to do that with the city because they would take it back at the end of the year. So we found ourselves, they found themselves, the department I worked for, kind of spending money, in my opinion, on things that probably at the end we shouldn't have been spending money on. And it would have been nice if we could have spooled up some of that money for later. And so, when we became a fire authority, we had to go out there and doorbell, and the tax voters had to vote that in. And so we put in time. I went out there. I was doorbelling and campaigning to become a fire authority with the rest of my colleagues. And it really provided a better way of dispersing the funds that come in tax dollars. Now, if we need more money, we got to go ask the public for it, which isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do always, but I think it's easier to be responsible with those funds when we didn't have that overarching authority that was there, kind of, like giving us allowance, kind of like dad handing out your allowance. You're in charge of your own checkbook at this point, so you're either responsible or you're not. But if you're responsible, then you can make that work a lot better for you. So that was a huge difference I saw. One of them. There were others, but that was a big difference I saw with the regional fire authority as opposed to the city department.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, I think that is it for our interview, and we appreciate you coming, and we'll be in touch when a decision has been made.
Okay,
So thank you for your time today.
good seeing you.
Evening.
How are you?
Good evening.
Good.
Good. Welcome.
Thank you.
If you could go ahead and turn your mic on, just push that little button. That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. So we appreciate you being here. My name is Janelle, and I am the Human Resource Manager here at Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. And I'll go ahead and be asking the questions tonight.
Okay.
We have 30 minutes, and after the questions and the interview, we'll let the commissioners have any follow-up questions that they might want to ask you.
Great.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
So are you ready to begin?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, we'll just dive in then with question number one. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in serving as a fire commissioner for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One?
Certainly. And again, thank you for allowing me to have this late slot here tonight. I had a conflict with a vacation that was already planned, and I appreciate your being here for long hours today, but thank you. Yes, I'm Mitch Sagers. I have a 35-year career in fire service through University Place and West Pierce. I became the fire chief in University Place, and 3 years later, I worked with Chief Ken Sharp of Lakewood Fire Department to create a merger to create West Pierce. And fire service has been in my blood for a long time, and I've been kicking around the idea of serving as a commissioner after retirement. I've been retired for 7 years now. We just recently moved to Gig Harbor, and I love to get involved in the community where I live. I believe that I shouldn't be just a consumer of a community, but also a contributor to the community. So I get myself involved in service clubs and organizations that have a mission of serving their community. And I like to choose my time to support organizations where I think I have skills and aptitude that can help an organization achieve their vision and serve their community.
Great, thank you. Question number two. What do you know about Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One? And what do you see as the biggest opportunities or challenges facing the district?
Yeah, Gig Harbor, I've worked alongside your previous chief officers and your commissioners at the Pierce County Fire Chiefs level, and also at conferences for chiefs and commissioners. I've always appreciated their passion for excellence and their culture of service to their community. Top-notch organization, much like the organization that I served for 35 years. Strong community support, and that's really what I think drives an organization to excellence. 53 square miles, about 7,500 calls a year, I think. Your budget's about 52 million, somewhere in that range there. 7 stations, I believe, 3 unmanned stations, but you're making some progress to staffing those stations, and I see that as a real strong commitment to the community and to the people that live here. Very diverse population. There's urban and there's semi-rural areas that are probably in the volunteer area stations. I see that the biggest challenge for any contemporary fire service is just continue to meet the increasing demand for service, the variety of calls. I think that we're in an area right now that, with the dissolution of Pierce County HIT and Pierce County Special Operations, I certainly see that those are challenges that individual departments are going to have to meet and serve those disciplines, extremely high risk, low frequency things. They're going to have to serve those and figure out ways to support those financially, training wise, as those programs have sort of dwindled and gone away. I really support the idea, and Chief Doan, I listened to you the other night about getting the Washington Survey and Rating Bureau involved again in re-rating some of those areas when you've supplemented staffing to those new areas, and see if we can reduce that class rating down from the 7 to a 5 in some of those areas. And I believe it was 9 in some areas as well. So I see that the continued challenges with Washington Survey and Rating Bureau, the need for continued training, and you guys are doing an awesome job of building your training campus here and being able to train first-class training for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic One. I also see that there is, as with any junior taxing district, there's tax fatigue. And the voters, we have a city here. We also have a Penn Mex Parks District. We have a fire district.
And everybody tends to compete for those tax dollars. And I certainly see that that is going to be a continued battle for the community, but continue to put out the best service that Gig Harbor Fire can for the most financially responsible budget will continue to win support at the polls. So I see the challenges with funding, with training, with Washington Surveying Rating Bureau. But I think the most important thing is your culture of service and being transparent with your community, that those are great opportunities to continue to win the battle at the polls.
Great, thank you. Question number 3. Do you currently participate in any activities that support the local community? And if so, if you could please share some examples.
Certainly, like I said, we've only been here a short period of time, but I've already joined the Gig Harbor Elks Club. We have friends that are in that, and they've recruited my wife and I to be Elks, and so we are doing that. I've also joined the Gig Harbor Cruisers Car Club. I have a collector car, and my brother-in-law's a club member as well. I thought about joining a couple of years ago, but I was still living across the bridge, and it just wasn't too easy to get over here a lot. But love the organization. So we've had picnics, and I love the scholarship idea of the car club. They give away about $3,000 in scholarships to high school students that are pursuing voc tech and mostly in automotive service industries.
Great. Question number 4. Why is integrity important in public service, especially in the role of fire commissioner?
Well, integrity is important. It's one of my core values as well. Integrity is doing the right thing when nobody is looking, the way I believe that. And it is, we're first and foremost, we're stewards of the public perception, and we're stewards of the money that the district or the community provides the district. And we have to be transparent. We have to uphold the highest integrity and make data-driven decision-making. We have to be fiduciarily responsible, and we have to communicate that to the community as well. So I think Gig Harbor does an excellent job of communicating what they're doing and the programs and the processes that they are in order to continue to maintain that great community support.
Great. Question number 5. What skills or qualities do you bring that would make you an effective fire commissioner?
Certainly, thank you. I have a kind of a real penchant for problem-solving skills. I really like to look at the issue and decide, is this the perceived problem, or is this a symptom of a real problem that we need to really look at? So I like to look at situations and problems from all different angles and look at the positives, the potential unintended consequences of problem solving. I have data-driven decision-making mindset. I believe that data is the best way for us to make the best decisions for the organization and the community. A large portion of my job at West Pierce in the last 7 years was data, and also policy development and policy refinement, policy review. I did a lion's share of that work for West Pierce. I also served the Pierce County Fire Chiefs as a president for 2 years, and we did a lot of policy work at those levels and improving how the commissioners and the chiefs can work together on particular issues. So I really search for best practices in policy development. I think my communication abilities are strong suits, and I would be happy to use those skills here in Gig Harbor as a fire commissioner.
Great. Question number 6. What experience do you have with public policy or government decision-making?
Well, I could have saved that little bit of information, I guess. But I think and one of the big great achievements of my career was the merger of University Place and Lakewood. And that was a wholesale change in the governing of the 2 fire districts into one. And we had to have a huge public campaign as far as getting the information out. Why is this the best thing for the community? What are the benefits, and how are we going to find economies of scale? So I did a large amount of work on, is a merger the best way to do this? Is it a regional fire authority? I did a lot of research on that as well. So I did a lot of work with Joe Quinn, working on those legal issues surrounding a merger. We brought in we had 10 fire commissioners when we merged together, and we went through the process, and we had a stepwise process of how that we were going to get back down to the number of commissioners that West Pierce needed. So another big part of my career for the last 4 or 5 years was working with the USGA for the 2015 US Open at Chambers Bay. I was the incident fire and EMS commander for the USGA at Chambers Bay. Got to work multidisciplinary partners and stakeholders in that organization as well. So we had a lot of policy work to do and a lot of standard operating procedures that we had to develop for law enforcement and fire and EMS for that big entity, and also working with Pierce County local government as well. So had a lot of involvement there.
Right. Question number 7. Have you ever served on a governing board, committee, or commission? And what was your experience and what did you contribute?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the first part of that?
Sure. Have you ever served on a governing board, committee, or commission? And what was your experience and what did you contribute?
Yeah, I have served on a lot of boards. I have served the Foothcrest Golf Club. I have served 6 years on a board of directors at Foothcrest Golf Club. Served a year as the president of the golf club, where we have 800 members and 800 bosses, and we learned a lot about communication. We learned a lot about being transparent, being very clear with the direction, and listening to the stakeholders in the golf club. Again, I was on the board of fire, or the Pierce County Fire Chiefs Board, served as 2 years as a president of that organization. I've been on homeowners board for 7 years. I'm an elder at my church, and I've sit on a pastor nominating committee right now that we're seeking a new worship pastor for our organization. But I think the biggest thing that I learn about being a member of a board is just collaboration. None of us is smart as all of us, and when we come from different backgrounds, we have different viewpoints. But the most important thing is to be an effective listener to all members of the board or the commission, and be an active listener, and make sure that you ask clarifying questions to come back and say, this is what I thought I heard. Is this what you were meaning? So we're all on the same page. But in the end, the most important thing is that everybody gets to be heard, but we act cohesively as a board. Not one member of the board can make decisions, but it's collectively and cohesively done as the board itself. So teamwork and collaboration, effective listening.
Great. Question number 8. How do you see your role and responsibilities as a fire commissioner?
Again, I've worked with commissioners for 10 years at University Place and also as West Pierce. I certainly understand and respect the roles of the fire commissioner and the chief administrative officers as well. I am not here to be a fire chief again. That's Chief Doan's job, and he's doing an excellent job at that. My job here for the RCW is to provide administrative oversight, fiduciary oversight as well, and policy and evaluation of the fire chief. That is my role. I'm not here to decide what color the fire trucks are going to be or how much hose we're going to carry on there. Those days of my career are done. And I am here to serve the citizens in the best way that I can in my lane, stay in my lane as a fire commissioner, not as an operations person.
Great. Question number 9. Serving as a fire commissioner requires time for meetings, trainings, and community events. How do you plan to balance this commitment with your other obligations?
Well, I'm retired and I live 2 minutes away now, and my wife is looking for things for me to do. Now she fully supports my interest in serving on the fire commissioner. She goes, "You've talked about it for years and years and years, and here's an opportunity to do it." I was never really keen about serving as a fire commissioner in the district in which I served. didn't think that that was the way I wanted to spend my time. But we are here for the long haul in Gig Harbor. I love being involved in the community, and said I've joined a couple of service clubs already. I have supported the fire service with community events for 30 years, and I'm not about to stop doing that now. So I love being out in the community, representing the department, meeting people, listening to stakeholders, and getting their concerns, and being a mouthpiece for the people.
Great. Final question, number 10. Is there anything else you would like us to know about you, or any final statement you would like to make as we consider your application?
Thank you. Like I said, although I've not been an elected official as a commissioner, I have 10 years of close experience working with commissioners as a chief officer. I know and respect your roles and responsibilities. I think my experience is relevant. I have a passion for excellence, which is one of your key values in Gig Harbor here, and I think I align well with that. I come prepared for meetings. I do my homework. I'm technologically pretty savvy. I think I can manage. It looks like you all have little laptops or iPads or something, and I'm glad that you guys. We did that about 10 years or 7 years ago at West Pierce too, and it really streamlined the process and cutting down a lot of trees and time. So thank you for doing that. When the vacancy was posted, I read that you were looking for someone experienced and committed. I think my experience is relevant. I think I have the requisite skills and the ability to collaborate on a board of fire commissioners and represent the community well. I am extremely committed. I don't jump into organizations if I don't see myself there for the long haul. And most organizations that I have joined, I have sought other or higher opportunities to be a board chair, to be a vice chair, to take on additional responsibilities, and love the opportunity to stay connected to a fire district and the citizens that they serve. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. So at this time, I think we'll open it up to the commissioners to see if they have any questions. And Commissioner Sudich, if we could start with you, if you have any questions.
No questions. Thank you.
No questions? Okay. All right. With there being no further questions, then that concludes our interview, and we appreciate your time. Thank you for coming in again. And we'll be in touch once a decision has been made.
I understand that you'll be going back into an open public meeting after the conclusion of this. And am I free to stay after that?
Okay.
Yep. Yes. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
The same.
Sent it to him and told him, but
Okay, Commissioner Sudich, we sent you a link, Leslie did, to a Teams meeting. And so you'll have to log out of this because this is the public meeting. And she sent
Yeah.
you a link to a Teams meeting, and she'll put you on the computer here.
Very good. Thank
That
you.
makes sense?
Yep.
If you need any help, we'll call. Okay. And sorry, I'll let you make the motion now.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yep.
Right, right.
Yep.
At this time, this concludes the interviews for the fire commissioner's appointment. Allow for any open public comment. If you have anything to state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Nobody else online. Okay. Okay, hearing none. We are now going to go into executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1H to evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for the appointment to elective office. The executive session will last 30 minutes and the meeting will be called back to order at 6:05. No action or vote will be taken during the executive session.
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Are we
Yeah,
on
Tom, we can hear
team?
you.
Are we on team now as far as private?
No,
No.
you got to log off of this
I-
Zoom, Tom, and log into the other one.
I did once already.
See, he's on the line.
No, yeah, you're still on the Zoom one. So log.
Yes, we can hear you. Are we on team?
Okay, Melissa. I just want to make sure that you can't hear us as soon as
I cannot hear anything currently.
And Leslie, if you need me to, I can try to call him on Teams on my iPad, or any one of us could.
Yeah.
in theory,
Log
if your
into the
battery's
meeting.
dying.
I can hear somebody right now, just so you know. I will try to mute the room.
That's why I did it.
I'd like to welcome everybody back who has waited during this part of our meeting where we were in executive session. We are now back in session at our regular open session. And at this time, we will take some action. So I would recognize Commissioner Tom Sudich. You're up, Tom. Can you hear us? I don't know.
Tom, can you hear us?
I'm thinking he can't.
So we're probably all shut off. Yeah.
Well, Tom's speaking.
Just to let you know, I can hear you. I'm thinking Tom just might not be able to.
Yeah, he's got his mute on or something, or he's up volume down. He's not answering his phone.
He can see us. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I love how the camera falls.
Oh God, that's great. Whoa. That's
We are having some technical difficulties right now, so just please stay with us here.
Can you not hear us? Okay, I'll just put you on my phone on speakerphone and we'll go volume here. Whoops, let me put it on speaker. Okay. Can you hear us now, Tom?
I can hear you.
Okay.
activate your mic.
Okay.
I think that works.
All right, so we got you going over the speaker. So look at technology. Commissioner called on you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Charles Lathrop Chip Slothauer to the position of Fire Commissioner for Gig Harbor Fire and Medic 1.
Did he say?
You made a motion.
Okay, so we have a motion for the election to the board of Charles Slothauer. Do I have a second?
Doesn't need a second.
Doesn't, I understand that. Okay. Doesn't need a second. So what I would ask for then, I would ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Nelson,
No.
Commissioner Urvina,
No.
Commissioner Enzi,
No.
You need to.
Commissioner Sudich.
Yes.
I'll make a motion at this point,
Okay.
Kevin. I'll make a motion that we appoint Matt Fleming to the vacant commissioner's position.
Have a nomination of Matt Fleming. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Nelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Urvina,
Yes.
Commissioner Enzi,
Yes.
Commissioner Sudich.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, like to congratulate Matt Fleming for his appointment to the board by a 4-0 unanimous vote. We will reach out to him and give him the information.
Yeah,
Anything?
we'll be swearing him in at the next board meeting if that's okay.
Yep.
That
Still
works.
the plan? All right, so would you like to contact him or would you like me to, or?
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I'll contact him and Leslie and I'll work through getting him to the next meeting and we'll work on swearing him in at the next meeting too. I got it.
Okay, with no other business to come before this board, we stand adjourned.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.